Last night, the Giants set the pace early with big home runs before Wellington Castillo's 3-run shot led the D-backs to a win in Game 2. Today, it's the final game of the series, and it's next. It's Hyundai Sunday on CSN Bay Area as Giants baseball is brought to you by your Bay Area Hyundai dealers. Today, it's the Giants and D-backs one more time in the final game of the series from Chase Field. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Tough loss for the Giants last night, a short night, so the quick turnaround. And Bruce Bochy finds out that he has no outfield. Everybody's hurt. So he's got Belt in left, he's got Parker in center, and he's going to give the ball to Albert Suarez. But when these things have happened this year, it hasn't seemed to matter. The Giants just seem to play well no matter what.
Well, and I think it kind of puts you in the underdog role, which is not a bad role to be in. I mean, it's a role that if you win, it's almost like you're winning a doubleheader in a single game. It's a game that provides opportunity for guys who aren't normally everyday players. And I think a lot of guys can actually have fun with this. Jared Parker in center field, he's enjoying the challenge. Brandon Belt in left, why not? Throw them out there, see how they do. Albert Suarez has been throwing good ball. He's going to give him a chance to win.
And it'll be Suarez on the hill, and it'll be Robbie Ray, the lefty, for the D-backs. All right, when we come back, we will have the lineups in the first pitch right after this.
The Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack. Taste it before it's gone at Jack in the Box. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
Yes, we're in the desert inside Chase Field as we get ready for Giants baseball. Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Great time to get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is now open every day. 105 outside. Inside 80 degrees. Humidity at 20%, and the roof is closed. Take a look at the Giants lineup. You might recognize it. It'll be Tejada in the leadoff spot, then Greenbelt and Posey. It'll be Crawford hitting fifth, and then Mac Williamson, who hit a long home run last night, and he's hot. Followed by Brown, Parker, and then Albert Suarez.
On the hill today for the Arizona Diamondbacks will be the left-hander Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray is in his second year at the big league level. He's 24 years of age. 6'2", 195-pounder, and this is what he has done in 16 starts. 4-7 with a 4.69 ERA. 100 strikeouts in 86 innings. It gives you an idea what type of stuff he has, and it's good stuff. You're going to see low to mid-90s with the fastball velocity. He got a curveball, slider, changeup, and really good breaking balls. And if he's getting them over, I mean, you're going to have your hands full. He's done well lifetime against the Giants. He is 1-0 with a 1.64 ERA, 16 strikeouts in 11 innings. So he really has been impressive. Let's take a look at the defense playing behind Robbie Ray. Starting in the D-backs outfield from left to right, it's going to be Drury, Bourne, and Tomas. Segura and Lamb on the left side. Goslin and Goldschmidt on the right side. Tuffy Gozowicz, he'll be in the squad putting down the signs.
So here's Tejada. Tejada picked up his first hit in a Giants uniform last night as he takes a strike. And in this series, Tejada is 1 for 5. Hitting overall 156, those numbers with the Cardinals and the Giants. And here he fouls it out of play. We started at 112, which is 2 minutes late.
Getaway day, 2 minutes late. It's not good.
Just a little low.
Take a look at the usage for Robbie Ray. He likes that fastball a lot, and it's a good one. Slider probably his best secondary pitch, and the curveball changeup he'll mix in whenever they're going good.
A hearty swing by Tejada and a foul back. Umpires, it'll be Randazzo behind the dish, then Tishner, Miller, and Knight, and Miller is the crew chief.
Tony Randazzo, low ball umpire, but he's got some width on both sides of the plate. I think he's kind of umpire that will look for strikes.
That's good.
Good getaway day guy.
And that's how this game gets started, with a strikeout. Bringing Grant Green to the plate. Green hitting at 308 since he's been called up. He's 4 for 13. And he takes a strike.
Robbie Ray's got a good fastball going right now.
Little pop up down the right field line, a long run for Tomas, and he is going to fall short. Ooh, and then hits that sidewall fairly hard. And he looks like he's all right.
He came close to pulling this off. This is a noble effort. And he's a big fella.
The only thing you can do there is slide feet first.
That's about 240 pounds going into the wall.
And a base hit up the middle for Green. And that'll bring up Belt. Belt was not in the original lineup. This was going to be a day off for him. But with outfielders just falling like flies, the Giants, Bruce Bochy, had to come up with some creativity in his lineup, and Belt in the lineup in left field. Belt 1 for 7 in the series. Yeah, Blanco was in the lineup and he's out with a sore knee. Span has been out the entire series. Pagan has played in both games in this series. He's out. 2 balls and no strikes. And you know, the things that we don't know is who's available to pinch hit.
Two pitches, 2 breaking balls. And if you're Brandon Belt, you're sitting on number 1 right now, fastball.
Three 3-0. Wanted it. He took a long look. Robbie Ray took a long look into Tony Randazzo.
Looks like Chip Hill's already frustrated.
And Belt takes the walk.
So you get squeezed on one pitch, and all of a sudden you squeeze the next pitch yourself. I mean, that happens the first inning when you're out there looking for rhythm. It's always a different rhythm than what you have in the bullpen. And until that adrenaline wears off, it's not likely you're going to get a real good feel of the strike zone. It's what the first innings are about.
So first pitch was at 112. So within 4 minutes, Chip Hill with a sour stomach.
Yeah, he's got the bad boiler. And he's 12 pitches into the game.
Here's Buster Posey. Buster doesn't waste any time. He knew, or had a pretty good idea, he was going to see a fastball, and it's no balls and 1 strike. 1 for 2 yesterday with a couple of walks for Buster Posey. He did not play in the win on Friday. And a base hit to right field. Green had to freeze, so this is going to load him up. Balls get to the outfielder so quick here. If you don't immediately get a good jump off of second base, it's not likely you're going to score. See, there's that line drive that Grant Green just wasn't quite sure if it was going to be hit right at the second baseman Goslin.
No, 2 outs, he scores. With 1 out, you've got to freeze.
So here's Crawford, who had a great game yesterday, defensively, offensively. And he steps up with the bases loaded. No balls and 1 strike.
The slider that Robbie Ray has thrown. He finally got one down.
Yeah, Brandon Crawford this year 3 for 6 with the bases loaded. He's got a couple of triples. In the dirt.
All right, time for our Togo's big play. Last night, Brandon Crawford, home run off Patrick Corbin, the second home run of the season versus left-handed pitching. It went off of Dylan Overton on Thursday's game in Oakland. So that's our Togo's big play, the Togo's way. Fly ball situation here.
One and two.
And he was not looking fastball. See the pitch locations
where Brandon Crawford has hit home runs. 2 fastballs, a couple of curveballs, a cutter, 3 changeups. So he's hit everything.
Two and two.
You see a graphic like that, and a guy's got ownage on all 4 speeds. That's a little unsettling for a pitcher.
Well, I would have thought that most of his home runs came off of fastballs.
Yeah.
2 and 2 to Crawford. And a full count.
Ooh, Robbie Ray thought he had strike 3, and it wasn't that far off. Right down at the base of the strike zone, and I think that Brandon Crawford got away with one there.
Payoff pitch. In and out of the glove of Gosewicz. It stays at 3 and 2.
And that was a hanging slider.
Three balls, 2 strikes here in the first inning. Got him.
Fastball above the hands. Just rears back and just puts a challenge on, and it winds up being a ball 4, but with 2 strikes, 3 men on, Crawford gets his fastball and just cannot get on top of it.
So here's Mac Williamson hitting at 234, 3 home runs, 5 driven in. And a strike, and it's 0-1.
Mac Williamson hit a home run in last night's ball game that everybody was talking about. Hit the scoreboard in center field. And really what you have here is a situation where you could get power on power. Robbie Ray's throwing 95, and Mac Williamson, if ever the two should meet, look out.
One ball and 1 strike. It's in on his hands. It's 1 and 2.
Well, greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. We're talking about last night's home run that Mac Williamson hit off Patrick Corbin, a 460-footer. Longest home run by a Giant this season. It tied for the 19th longest in the majors. The longest home run was hit by Nomar Mazara of Texas, 491 feet. Hard to believe somebody's hit one better than that.
And a little low. Two and 2 to Mac Williamson. Breaks his bat on the ground. Hustling is Lamb. His throw in the dirt, and digging it out is Goldschmidt, and that's going to end the inning. D-backs coming up. Diamondbacks. It'll be Segura, Bourne, and Goldschmidt, followed by Lamb, who is going to be the cleanup hitter. Then Tomas, Goslin, and Drury. Duffy Gosowicz gets his first start, and then it'll be Robbie Ray hitting in the 9th spot.
On the hill today for the Giants will be the right-hander Albert Suarez. Suarez, 6'3", 235-pounder. He's 26 years of age. He's a rookie, and this is what he has done in 5 starts. And through 11 appearances, 3-1 with a 3.83 ERA. What we've seen from Suarez is a good mixture of 4 pitches. He's got a fastball that goes low to mid-90s. He will 2- and 4-seam the fastball. He's got a curveball, slider, and a changeup. And he will throw anything at any time. He has never faced the Diamondbacks, so his first time pitching here at Chase Field.
Segura hitting .310. He's got 5 home runs, 34 driven in. He's had 2 hits in the series. And a strike. On deck is Michael Bourne and then Paul Goldschmidt.
Albert Suarez, the way that he has used his pitches, fastball about 58% of the time. The league's at 244 against it. Then everything else has been just about equal.
High pop up out to right field, and Mac Williamson will put it away.
Let's take a look at the Giants defensively tonight. Behind Albert Suarez, starting in their outfield from left to right, it's going to be Belt, Parker, and Williamson. Pretty good arms across the board. Crawford and Tejada will be on the left side of the infield. Green and Posey on the right side. Trevor Brown, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
Here's Michael Bourne hitting at .265. And the first pitch is wide. 1 ball and no strikes. Diamondbacks have really had a hard time at home. They're 14-29. There's a bunt. Suarez is going to have to hurry. No chance. So that'll be a bunt single for Bourne, and that'll bring up Goldschmidt.
A pretty good play from Suarez. And this is an absolutely perfect bunt. His right foot slipped out a little bit. Watch Suarez back foot, a little slippage.
So here's Goldschmidt. And a high breaking ball, and it's 0-1. Probably get away with it on the first pitch.
Yeah, I would make a habit of hanging sliders to Paul Goldschmidt. That's not a good habit to be in. He started off horribly this year, and he's really made up for it.
Brown wanted that pitch in tight. It's in the dirt. 1 ball and 1 strike. Diamondbacks within their division, they're 16-19. The Giants are 25-14 against the West. They've had some challenging lineups over the last 2 weeks, maybe even a longer period than that.
Well, we're seeing some things around baseball that we just haven't seen very often, and it's happening as we get closer to the All-Star break. I think the All-Star break is going to be good for every club. I mean, today we had another game where there were two games where they had regular players come in and have to pitch.
Goldschmidt shoots it foul.
The Diamondbacks today have 14-man pitching staff. See that Toronto-Cleveland game. I mean, and that was in the 7th inning. The Mets game, they brought in a regular player to pitch. Seeing big scores around baseball. Pitching staffs are leaking oil.
It was Miguel Montero who went into pitch.
Yeah, for the Cubs. And Chris Jimenez, a catcher for the Indians, that went in and did some pitching.
2-2 to Goldschmidt. Tap to Green, so they'll get one there, and that's it.
One thing, you look at the size of Paul Goldschmidt and you think, well, he's just a big power hitter, not much speed, not so fast. He can move, and he's not an easy guy to double up.
Yeah, he runs well.
He's also a guy that can steal you a base. Take a look and watch Goldschmidt get down the line. And that's 4-2 from the right side. And you're talking about a guy who's got a swing to hit the ball at the ballpark that can go 4-2. That's fast.
That's a 54 RBI 4-2. Lamb takes way inside for a ball, 1-0. 18 home runs, 56 driven in.
Leads the league in slugging percentage.
Foul. Past Dave McKay. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Nice off-speed pitch. Be able to throw that thing in a 1-0 count. That's what Albert Suarez has to do. He's got to mix his pitches up. He's got to pitch away from the fastball in fastball counts, and he can do that with all of his pitches. He's got a nice feel for the 4 pitches that he has.
So it's 1-1 to Lamb. No overshift, but the Giants playing Lamb to pull the ball. Good pitch low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. As Monty Tomas would hit if Lamb extends the inning. Both pitchers trying to get their feet on the ground here in the 1st inning. Foul back, 2-2. Suarez takes a peek at Goldschmidt. See the slugging percentage in the National League.
Yeah, Jake Lamb on top. Daniel Murphy, Matt Carpenter.
All left-handed hitters. Pulled foul again.
I think of those 3 guys. I mean, you look at where they play, slugging percentage. Matt Carpenter plays in St. Louis. I mean, that's not really a hitter's ballpark. Nor can you say that about Citi Field in New York, where Daniel Murphy, or I'm sorry, Nationals Park in Washington, where Daniel Murphy plays.
Got him.
Good curveball.
And that'll end the inning. But you can say it here.
You can say it here.
Brown's going to lead things up. No score.
area is brought to you by AAA. Get a free road trip day pack with a AAA insurance quote. Go to AAA.com/road trip or a AAA branch for details. Restrictions apply.
No score, second inning. Brown, Parker, Suarez to face Robbie Ray. One ball and no strikes. Brown at 257. 4 home runs, 13 runs batted in. Had a really big game on Friday. On the ground to Lamb.
Well, join us on July 29th for our Wine Fest presented by Loca, the wines of Lodi. Your special event package will include access to a pregame wine fest featuring wines from Lodi, a Giants branded Govino wine glass, and a ticket to the game against the Nationals. So go to sfgiants.com/special events.
Here's Parker. And Parker takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Parker hitting .289, 5 home runs, 11 runs batted in. It's that one off his thumbs, and it's 0-2.
With Parker, the one key to his swing, like a lot of hitters, I mean, you hear hitting coaches around the country say this every day at every level. Get your front foot down. But with Parker, who's a nervous hitter and he's got a lot of movement, it really is important for him. You watch that front foot. If he's getting it down in time to use his lower body, that's what sets up his swing.
Breaks his bat in a slow roller. It'll be Goslin, and they got him.
That's one that Billy Hayes is saying you need to look at. Total jam shot from Robbie Ray. Couldn't tell there. Todd Tichenor making the call, and they got him.
So here's Suarez. Suarez has 1 hit in 10 at bats.
One more look. Yeah, got him. Inches.
We've seen Robbie Ray go right in on the hands of the young hitters for the Giants.
Well, the way that he pitches and that little cut that he has on his fastball, and as close as Albert Suarez is to home plate, I'm thinking this bat is in a real tough situation if he makes contact.
That would be part of the formula. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that'll end the inning. 2 ground balls and a strikeout. Right back out there is Suarez, and he'll face Yosmani Tomas.
on CSN Bay Area is brought to you by your Bay Area Hyundai dealers. Great deals on amazing cars are going on now at your Hyundai dealer. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Rockies will be in town from July 4th through the 6th, and you can support our troops by purchasing this special event package. Get the American flag Giants hat and a ticket to see the game. $5 from each package benefits Operation Care and Comfort, and it's to aid their ongoing mission to support troops and veterans and their families. Check it out, sfgiants.com/special events. Tomas takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Tomas, 261 hitter. Rolls this one foul. He's got 13 big flies and 31 runs batted in. On the ground to Crawford, who gives ground. I think Brandon Crawford's figured out this infield. Yeah, this was the great double play on Friday night in the 9th inning.
Yeah, first and third, nobody out. Giants up by 2, and this was the big play in the game. And we keep coming back to this because of just how difficult it was and how perfect the throws had to be and how perfect they were. And Garcia, the benefactor, loved it.
Here's Goslin. Gausman takes a strike as Suarez away from the target. 261, a home run, 7 driven in. Nick Ahmed is on a paternity leave. And his wife just recently had a baby. There's a pitch outside for a ball, 1 ball and 1 strike. Chris Owings, who can play short. We watched him play center field at the beginning of the year, as this is ripped foul. Owens is on the disabled list.
Loud strike.
Runs that pitch inside. It's 2-2. Yet tomorrow, Giants will be home. Remember, it's a day game. It's the 4th of July.
Looking forward to it.
In tight, 3-2. Yeah, be festive at AT&T Park. And Bumgarner will pitch on Tuesday. Hit well into left field. Is it going to carry? Belt back, Belt at the wall, and it's off the wall. Parker plays a nice carom, and it's a double for Goslin. Remember, I was talking to Greg Papa about how these two guys always play catch and how they finish it up by walking towards each other, and they do this until they get about 3 feet away from each other. And then somebody always gets one in the foot.
They'll do it every day.
Here's Drury. He hits a rocket, and this is going to carry over the head of Belt, and it's going to knock in a run, and Drury's got a double. And the D-backs take the lead.
Now that was, I think, louder than the one that hit off the wall in left center, hit by Goslin. I mean, this is just smothered. Fastball right out there, T-ball location out over the plate, and Drury, not waiting around, jumps all over it. And all Brandon Belt did was just turn around and wait for the carom.
Here's Gosewich batting for the first time this year, and he takes outside 1-0.
He was having a good year in Reno. Reno, the AAA affiliate for the Diamondbacks. Those are the numbers he had. 342 with 9 bombs.
And a strike. Robbie Ray is on deck. One and two.
Good two-seam fastball. I mean, that's big time movement running in on him. Suarez knows. I mean, he doesn't have the kind of stuff to be able to miss out over the middle of the plate with. He has to stay in the corners, but he's got the motion and the delivery to be able to do that.
Two and two. Green keeping Drury as close as he can to second base. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and a timeout is called.
Just a miss with a curveball.
Three and two. Hit on the ground towards the hole and into left field. So a little C&I ground ball on this fast infield. And that'll bring up Robbie Ray. His numbers indicate that he can hit a little bit.
Yeah, get it in situation. We showed you the numbers that Gosewich had in Reno. He's obviously hitting with confidence. And here he finds a hole on the left side.
Robbie Ray 7 for 21. Actually 7 for 27, I beg your pardon. And he bunts it foul. Might have bunted it twice. Gene Segura to follow. And it's just outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I suppose he's going to come out and talk to Suarez.
And the bunt. And Posey will make the play at first as he checked on Drury at third. Nice job.
Yep. Textbook perfect. Runners at first and third. The bunt should go down the first base line. So Robbie Ray getting it done.
Segura popped out to Mac Williamson. And that opened up the bottom of the first. First pitch is high.
As we mentioned before, Suarez, I mean, he's never pitched against the Diamondbacks, so he didn't have a lot of history with any of these guys at the big league level. But he does have the opportunity here to pitch to whoever he wants.
2-0.
Segura's got more home runs on the year than Michael Bourne, the on-deck hitter. And it just simply means he doesn't have to just give in to Segura here in a 2-0 pitch. He can just throw a little slider and stay to a corner.
And that's what he does. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. I don't know if that was on a corner, but it was a slider.
Definitely wasn't something that Segura was looking for.
Who's it going to be? Parker. So Suarez has to be happy with that. He limits the damage, and the D-backs lead 1-0. CSN is celebrating my partner's 21 season by sponsoring the commemorative bobblehead that'll be given away on Sunday, August 28th. And our McDonald's True Stories goes back 30 years ago today when Mike picked up his 10th win of the season. He beat the Cardinals 1-0 at the Stick. It took 2 hours and 17 minutes in front of a stacked house. Randy Kutcher provided the offense with a solo home run in the 6th inning. And oh, by the way, there's a really big important note. I just wish that he would be watching. Bob Melvin caught that game. Bob Brenly played first base.
Bob Melvin's a good catcher. Here's Bob Brenly with Randy Johnson on the left, Hall of Famer. Both guys former Giants.
1 ball and 1 strike.
Bob Brenly, the best catcher I ever threw to. Brenly pretty excited. He was here today showing his pictures. His son Michael, who's the bullpen catcher with the Boston Red Sox, he and his wife had twins.
Driven into the gap. And coming over is Joe Reed. He makes a leaping catch to take a hit away from Tejada. That's a great play.
That is a great play by Brandon Drury. I didn't think he had a chance. And when he left his feet, I'm thinking that's good news because it means extra bags. And lo and behold, he puts it right in the sweet spot. And there's the reaction from Robbie Ray. He knows his left fielder just saved an extra base hit.
Here's Grant Green, who singled in the first. And Green takes one in the dirt.
I mean, this ball was hit right on the screws. And Drury with a great jump cuts it off. That route had to be perfect, and it was.
Green lines one into center field. He's got a base hit. So that's his second hit. Bringing Belt to the plate.
So what's Grant Green saying as he's running down the first base line?
What, the get down song?
You can get down, get down, get down.
Available on iTunes.
That's right.
Sung by 1,000 different hitters.
Get down, get down, get down, get down, get down.
Belt drew a walk in the first. Tejada must not have been singing it.
Well, yeah, you see, he was singing it in Spanish, and Drury doesn't know Spanish.
I got you. Belt takes a strike. Belt in left field today. Not the first time he's been out there. He became the baby giraffe out there, remember?
Yes, he did.
In Milwaukee. Chop foul. Oh, 0-2 to Belt. Belt fouls it back. Berger Blanco with a sore knee. He was scratched from the lineup. Belt battling Robbie Ray. It's 0-2. 1-2.
Robbie Ray has no problem throwing his fastball in any count to any hitter. I mean, he just thinks fastball.
Belt down the left field line. Foul.
Ray, very much like Madison Bumgarner, has a little natural cut to his fastball. They'll run away from a lefty into a righty. When he's on, he'll break a lot of bats. He'll jam lefties and he'll get that ball on the end of the bat. He'll jam righties rather, and he'll get that ball on the end of the bat to the lefties.
Base hit right field. What's Grant Green going to do? He's going to drop anchor.
Well, Tomas has got the best arm in the outfield today for the Diamondbacks.
So here's Buster Posey, who picked up a base hit in the same spot in the first inning.
Take a look at the arm strength of Tomas. It's good. And he's an accurate arm. Built for right field.
So we've got that average creeping up. It's now at 293. Out of play.
Robbie Ray, fearless, come right at you. And that's 95 out over the plate. I mean, that's what you want to see every time Buster Posey steps in that box. You want to see him get a 95-mile-an-hour fastball out over the plate or way up.
Lines it right at Bourne. Bourne will make the catch.
Robbie Ray really isn't popping anybody up right now. That's 4 well-hit balls this inning.
So here's Crawford. Crawford struck out in the first inning, struck out with the bases loaded. No balls and 1 strike.
Crawford guessed wrong again. Sitting on a breaking ball. Got him.
So Mac Williamson, for the second time in this game, is going to hit with the bases loaded and 2 outs. But he's got something to go on now.
Fastball, it just goes up and in. It catches the elbow. It just hit off the pad. I think Crawford had a pad on his right elbow.
Well, he's moving his hand, trying to get the feeling back in the right arm.
So Mike Butcher going to come out, talk things over with Robbie Ray. Meanwhile, Billy Hayes trying to coax some life back into the hand of Brandon Crawford. Take a look at just where this did hit. I can't tell if it got the pad or not. The way he's moving his hand, I don't think it hit the pad.
Mac Williamson up the middle and a base hit. Here comes Belt. He's going to score, and the Giants take the lead. Mac Williamson not waiting around. It's 2-1.
Now, you made the point he had something to go on after his first at bat. And I think what he went up there looking for was a fastball in. We're making our forward right choice. Just anticipation, a little knowledge, and he goes right back up the middle with it. And the Giants, just like that, take the lead.
And here's Trevor Brown. And Brown takes a strike. Get something behind it on this infield, and you got a shot.
Fastest infield in the National League West.
Maybe in the history of baseball. It's 0-2.
It's fast. I mean, you know, but I mean, it's kind of like a spring training infield. Yeah. Infield you used to play on down in Tucson when you were with Indians. That thing was lightning.
Worst ever that I ever played on was Sun City.
Oh, that was hard. It just baked.
Got him. And that'll end the inning. Giants take the lead on 3 hits. They hit a lot of balls hard this inning. It's 2-1.
on CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Heffernan Insurance Brokers. Insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit hefins.com.
Giants Insider Podcast is live on CSNBayArea.com. You can log on each week as Insider Alex Pavlovich talks baseball, and he does it very well on CSNBayArea.com, also available on iTunes. Bourne to lead things off, and then Goldschmidt, and then Lamb. Suarez now trying to come up with a shutdown inning. And to strike in at third is Tejada.
Tejada playing way shallow, and you have to do that with Bourne's speed.
Is it foul? Nothing in two. Dodgers lead the Rockies 3-0. That game is in the third inning. Rockies will leave LA and head into San Francisco tonight. Look out of play. On the ground, Tejada throws him out. Here's our Geico quote, Bruce Bochy on last night's loss. That's one we let get away. We just couldn't tack on. Their pen did a pretty good job on us. So Tejada getting rid of the ball quickly. Here's Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt takes high and away. The Giants and Rockies will go at it on the 4th of July. It'll be the Orioles in Los Angeles for that 4th of July game against the Dodgers. Two 2-0. Be careful here. And he gets the call on the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Perfect location. It's where he has to live. He's got to be on those corners. Especially behind the count.
Good breaking ball. Full count.
Jake Lamb waiting his turn.
Payoff pitch. Smith stays alive.
When you were in the on deck circle, did you ever have any conversations with the fans?
No.
So your concentration was to the hitter or the pitcher?
I thought you said the manager would yell at me, so I never did it.
Well, you always had Frank Robinson.
Tapped to Crawford. Crawford got him. What a play.
Oh, man. It's just a defensive display every day with this guy. I mean, this is shades of Omar Vizquel, only with a cannon for an arm. And he knows that as soon as this ball hits high off a home plate with the speed of Goldschmidt, he didn't have time for an exchange. He catches this thing high and just right into his throwing motion. And look at the rifle shot to Posey, and it's not even close.
He took a little skip.
Wow.
Here's Lamb. Lamb Takes outside, 1 ball and no strikes. He likes that.
Yeah, he does. I mean, it's
a
almost like,
challenge.
it's almost like he went right into the 2 fingers too. It's not like he caught it with the full hand and then re-gripped it. He went right into 2-finger grip.
I can even add more drama to this. Plus, his whole arm is numb. He got hit.
Well, that's why he couldn't use his glove. He had to go to the bare hand.
Down low.
I mean, every day we watch this guy play, and every day we just look at each other and shake our head, smile. It's just, he's a Gold Glover. It's that simple.
I thought Dave Fleming made a great point on the wrap after the game yesterday. He said simply, Brandon Crawford was the best player on the field. And he was the best player on the field last night.
He was. Walk by his locker every day to say, it's our pleasure. Still trying to shake some life into that right arm.
Two pitch. Lamb asked for time and he got it at the last second. Foul back. Stays at 2-2. Suarez trying to get a little extra. He threw that one at 92. We've seen him go as high as what, 96?
Yeah, we've seen 96 out of it.
But we haven't seen that in a while. No overshift. Down the left field line and out of play. But Giants really do play Lamb full. This will be pitch number 59 coming up. Three and two. Got him. And he got him for the second time. One more look at Brandon Crawford and how he likes to entertain on defense. The little skip into the throw. Beautiful play. Giants lead 2-1.
Shutdown inning. Albert Suarez.
Baseball on CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Wendy's. Choose a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger or Crispy Chicken BLT in Wendy's 4-for-4 meal at participating Wendy's for limited time.
Parker on the first pitch lifts one out to Drury and left. One pitch went out. And that'll bring up Suarez.
Dave Greshner, Giants head trainer, checking out Brandon Crawford where he got hit. I mean, they'll put a compression sleeve on it.
Wrap it up a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Here's what caused the discomfort. And I'm looking at this, and I think I don't think it hit the elbow pad.
Great. Up the middle. And a base hit for Suarez as he picks up his second big league hit. And that was a Sinai Chase Field infield hit that went to the outfield.
Angel Pagan, Johnny Cueto talking it over. Let's take a look at the second big league knock right up the bowling alley over second base.
That was a strike.
Yeah, I think it was.
Hey, without have been a strike, he hit it right in the pocket.
Caught the side of the tin pin. That was perfect.
Here's Tejada. Tejada had a great at bat in the third, only to have Brandon Drury just lay out and take one away from him in left field. But he's starting to show signs of better at bats.
Well, yeah, he really is. Starting to feel at home.
He takes a pretty healthy rip too, as that's hit high and foul and out of play.
Well, he'll keep a defense honest. I mean, that's for sure. But again, we've said this before. The guy's a lifetime 255 hitter after 4 years. You play 4 years of this league and you put those kind of numbers up. That's good.
Unless you're 36, then you start to wonder.
Yeah, if he's losing, and he's not.
1 ball and 1 strike with Suarez at first. And that pitch is high, 2-1. I'm not sure who he reminds me of. Maybe a little bit of Marco Scutaro, the way he stands in. Same body type. He might be a little thicker than Scutaro. It's 3-1 with Green on deck. Could be have a little Ryan Theriot in him. There's Green. All those guys, by the way, I liked a lot.
Yeah. All scrappers.
Hit well into center field. Bourne on the move. And he's going to have to play it off the bottom of the wall. And then it kicks by him. And Suarez is going to end up at second or at third. So what did you say about he's got to keep him honest?
Well, he has enough pop in his bat to keep a defense honest. And here he just takes on center field. And that's 407 to the wall, straightaway center. And Michael Bourne, who goes back on the ball very well, had none chance to get back in time for this. It's about a third of the way up the wall. So, and he's 27 years old, by the way, in case you were wondering.
I got another one he reminds me of.
Who?
Edgardo Alfonso.
Now that's a good call.
Here's Green. Green is 2 for 2. The D-backs will play the infield in. 1 ball and no strikes. This could be the conversation that Gosewich had with Ray. Might have been, look, just so you know, if you walk him, big deal. Let's just make some pitches in and we'll see what happens. And that's what he did. And this is not going to be a challenge here.
Now with Albert Suarez at third.
So here's Belt. Belt picked up a base hit in the third. Now he's got runners on second and third. This has been a struggle for Robbie Ray the entire game, with the exception of the second inning. He had 2 ground balls and a strikeout in the second. Every other inning he's been in trouble. Delgado is in the bullpen getting loose. Swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike.
Off speed pitch had him out front.
Oh, and 2.
So change up first pitch, then he comes back with 95. And both times Brandon Belt's swing has been somewhere in between. A little out front of the changeup, a little tardy on the fastball.
Out of play. So Belt with a chance to knock in a pair. Giants lead 2-1. In this ballpark, that will not be the final score.
No. Right now, Bruce Bochy looking for a 2-out, 2-strike knock.
He got one from Williamson in the third inning. Hit to left. Drury moving over, and he's not going to get it. Suarez scores. Tejada scores. Belt's got another double, and the Giants lead 4-1. And when I say another, that's his 26th of the year.
Well, and it is the 2-strike, 2-knock, 2-out knock that Bruce Bochy was looking for. And if you're Robbie Ray, after giving up 2 in the third, you're 1 strike away from shutting this inning down, and all of a sudden, boom, you give up 2 more, and possibly it could keep rolling. That's a devastating swing of the bat.
Posey's not going to get a chance to hit, but Crawford is.
Well, it's not often that you walk a guy to get to the leading RBI hitter on a team, but that's exactly what they're doing.
Crawford struck out in the first and then was hit on the right arm by a pitch in the third. And Robbie Ray to the plate. Swing and a miss. No balls and 1 strike.
With runners in scoring position, 2 outs, 11 hits in his last 21 at bats. And that's an all-star type stat.
Very high. Belt at second. Posey at first. 1-2.
2 sliders in this sequence of 3 pitches and 2 swing through swings from Brandon Crawford. There's some activity in the pen for the D-backs. It looks to me like he's about ready to go.
Yeah, it's Delgado. Crawford stays alive.
So I don't believe with Delgado up that they're going to let Ray pitch to Mac Williamson on deck. So Brandon Crawford with a hit here or even a walk, and Ray's day is probably going to be done.
2-2.
So they asked Brian Knight, third base umpire, did he swing? No. There's Delgado.
Pitch count now number 80. That's the next pitch coming up for Robbie Ray. And he got him. Giants scored twice. It's 4-1 as we head to the home half of the 4th.
Coors Light. Most come from behind wins in the National League this season. Well, the Giants, they got 25. Dodgers, Nationals, D-backs, Brewers, all with a lot of comebacks, but the Giants on top of the heap. That's our cold hard facts brought to you by Clean Crisp and Coors Light.
So here's Josmani Tomas as he's going to lead things off for the Diamondbacks here in the 4th. Tomas, interesting note from our statsman Bob. This is the first one we've used this year from Bob. 6 of Tomas's last 7 at bats have been ground balls to Crawford. How about Bob on top of his game, huh?
Hey, Bob.
One ball and 1 strike. Goslin and then Drury. Hooked down the left field line. Well, we knew it was going to go foul because this is supposed to be a ground ball to Crawford.
Yeah, that's right. According to Bob. Hey, Bob.
On the ground to Crop. No. Foul, 1-2.
You were just sort of leaning in that
I
direction.
just, wanted to anticipate a little bit.
One thing about Yasmani Tomas is that you really can't overplay the field on him. He hits it all over.
Yes, he does. 2-2.
Tomas on the year has only walked 18 times, so he likes to swing it.
Three and 2.
Good pitch on a 2-2 count. There's Goslin, who's hot.
Got him. Added.
Right through him.
He added.
94-mile-an-hour fastball, and I think that's when you should see your best velocity fastball. One thing about Suarez, I mean, he's watching the guys around him and how they're getting people out. He's noticing how Johnny Cueto adds to the 2-strike count with velocity, and it's something I think he tries to incorporate. He does here. Third
Just
strikeout.
Really glad it wasn't a ground ball to short. Here's Goslin. A double for Goslin in the second inning.
He's got a nice rhythm in his windup right now. If you're the Diamondbacks, your goal is to get Suarez in the stretch. And he's got a good flow going here as he's about to throw number 70.
Buster Posey. Nice flip to Suarez. I don't think there's any doubt that if you handed Buster Posey a glove at first and said, that's it, you're going to play first for the rest of your life, then he could win a Gold Glove.
Yeah, he's that soft-handed. I agree. And good feet. Soft hands and quick feet. That's a good combination.
Drury doubled and knocked in a run in the second.
The problem, though, is trying to convince Brandon Belt to go back behind the plate and do the catching.
Yeah, or go to left. And by the way, Buster Posey wants to catch. He has no intentions of even thinking about moving over to first. I mean, you can almost see when he stands out there that he's thinking about what's going on behind the dish.
He absolutely is.
Maybe you give your legs a bit of a rest at first, but you certainly don't give your mind a rest.
You do not. Nice 2-0 curveball, by the way, from Suarez.
Crawford. Side retired. Fifth inning coming up. Williamson will lead it off.
Hey, it's the top of the fifth inning. That means it's time for the NorCal Acura Grand Slam giveaway on CSN. And today, Annette Hendricks, you are the one that will win an Acura MDX if a Giants player hits a Grand Slam this inning. So go to AcuraNorCalDealers.com for more information on how to enter.
And here's Williamson, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. Williamson knocked in a pair of runs with a 2-out hit in the third. Two good pitches. It's 0-2.
Yeah, two generous pitcher strikes. So now outside has definitely been established. About time you jump out there. That's when Robbie Ray cut your hands off with a fastball in.
Fouled at the plate. This was the hit that I was talking about. The hit that knocked in 2 runs. Scorched right through the infield.
That's a 2-out knock. Bases loaded, down a run, and he jumped on the first pitch to do it.
There was your swing, and it's fouled out of play.
I mean, you don't have to be a big league scout to know that this guy's strong.
They're going to go back in again, and it's 1-2. Brown is on deck. Giants lead 4-1. Big chopper to third, and it's a fair ball. And they just got him as Williamson runs pretty well. Rockies will be at AT&T Park Monday, July 4th through Wednesday the 6th. Bumgarner on Tuesday, Cueto on Wednesday. sfgiants.com/tickets. Here's Brown.
Jake Peavy tomorrow on the 4th of July.
Brown on the ground to third. More work for Lamb. And here's Parker. Yeah, on the hill for the Rockies will be Tyler Anderson. The Rockies have not announced a starter for Tuesday. It'll be De La Rosa on Wednesday against Cueto. Here's Parker.
Just kind of spitting on that first pitch slider.
Next pitch will be number 90 for Robbie Ray, with Albert Suarez on deck. One and two.
Not a lot of power behind that swing. If you have power, you want to get your legs into a swing. You want to get your body into it. Ooh, Robbie Ray was walking off the field. It's close. Fastball right at the base of the knees.
Yeah, I think I'd want that one.
Yeah, I would. If I'm Parker, I wouldn't take that same pitch.
He took that one, and that's going to end the inning. Bottom of the fifth coming up. It's 4-1 Giants.
Friendly games this summer, Monday, July 25th and Thursday, August 17th. Your special event ticket includes a seat in a peanut-controlled section of AT&T Park. For more info on how to buy tickets, go to sfgiants.com/special events. Hey, got their Giant shirts on.
Absolutely.
Rub the sleep out of their eyes. Lazy Sunday afternoon here in Phoenix.
Those are good seats. You got to be careful, though. Just pay attention. Mom's trying to keep score. You think she's got her hands full?
Yeah.
She's going, who's hitting right now? Tejada off his glove to Crawford. Crawford guns it to Posey. They got him! He's been just remarkable in this series.
I thought when it hit off the glove of Tejada, there's no they're going to have a chance, but you never say never when it comes to Crawford's arm. Resets his feet, has momentum going into the base, and unloads, and a nice dig out on the other end of it from Posey. And look at Albert Suarez. I can't tell you how much that energizes a guy on the mound when you see defense like that behind him.
Here's Robbie Ray. Ray takes a strike. He didn't get a chance to hit in the second. He bunted. But as we mentioned, he's a good hitter. Out of play.
Tejada just slows it down, but Crawford has to come back a bit, reset his feet, and it was just a matter, did he have enough arm? And in the end, he had a ton. Kozowicz not close. And that's the first out of an inning, too. I mean, first strikes, first outs of an inning. Huge out.
Foul. Past Matt Williams.
The big Marine.
Chop to Green. And Segura will hit. Segura is popped out to right. He's flied out to center. Gets a healthy rip, and he fouls it straight back. What a nice option to have with Gene Segura if your regular shortstop, Nick Ahmed, has to leave. Down the right field line. Williamson's not going to get it. He will get it on one hop, and it'll be a double.
Nice opposite field swing of the bat. And really, Mac Williamson does a pretty good job of cutting this one off. It's into the wall, and he's got a good arm. But with Segura's speed, no chance. But now, how big was that leadoff play?
Yeah. Bourne is 1 for 2. He bunted his way on in the first. And a first pitch strike.
Giants are giving him a bunt. I mean, Tejada, third baseman, is playing a little bit back behind the base at third.
Brown can't find it. And now he does, and it's too late for Segura. It's a ball and a strike. .84 pitches for Suarez. Out of play, 1 and 2.
Looked like Bourne was a little disappointed in that swing. Had kind of a disappointed look. I don't know if he felt he should have done more with it, or maybe not swung at the pitch. It's a high fastball across the letters.
Got him.
See you later.
6th inning coming up. Suarez is going to lead things off.
Baseball on CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Big O Tires. Tires, service, straight talk. Big O Tires, the team you trust.
Giants with a 4-1 lead. They have the Legends race here.
Well, it's Luis Gonzalez, Mark Grace, Randy Johnson, Matt Williams.
Well, we were watching that, and they had a cameraman that was filming this, and he was leading the pack. And Mike and I had the exact same thought when we watched this, that we have nobody back in the Bay Area of our camera people that could do that.
No.
Now if they could stop halfway for a meal, then they would do it.
You're in trouble, big boy. Your phone is going to light up.
0-2 to Suarez, who singled in the 4th. How to play? We stop, have a meal, and then you finish it.
That's true.
That's it. That's what they would do.
So unless there's a food truck halfway from the right field foul line to home plate, they have none chance.
It's not going to happen. Suarez out swinging.
Strikeout number 7 for Robbie Ray. But I'm impressed.
Very impressed.
Cameraman. Plenty of activity down there in the D-backs pen. Delgado, the right-hander, and Chafin, who is the only lefty in their pen. Andrew Chafin, he's getting heated up as well.
Tejada's hit the ball hard twice. He's got a double.
He's got to feel his hits are coming.
Yep.
Has to feel that way. And it's starting to happen.
On the ground to third is Lamb. It's a tricky hop. And here's Green. Second baseman, Green. Green with a couple of singles, and then in the 4th, with runners at second and third and one out, he popped out to left field. Out of play. Got him on a breaking ball. 8 strikeouts for Robbie Ray. Big fellas coming up. 4-1 Giants.
Presented by authority of the San Francisco Giants. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Baseball Associates, LLC.
Well, join us tomorrow. It's the 4th of July. Giants and Rockies pregame live at 12:30. We'll be on the air at 1 o'clock. And plus complete pre and post game coverage on the Giants insider Alex Pavlovich at csnbayarea.com. Goldschmidt will hit first. And he takes the first pitch in tight. A breaking ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Down the right field line, that'll be out of play. This is the bottom of the 6th inning. 1 and 2, so 3 of them in a row.
Well, he believes in it. Normally, the more you throw the same pitch, a slider, a curveball, 3 times in a row, they sort of get diluted as you go.
There's the fastball, 2 and 2.
Away, away, away.
This one is struck well to center field. Parker's going to play it off the wall. And this will be a double for Goldschmidt. You throw him another breaking ball?
He did. He threw him a slider. And it didn't have a lot of slide to it. Set the outside target. Just kind of a little cement mixer that drops right in the strike zone. And when you're ahead to count 1-2, I mean, you don't want to make a mistake up in the strike zone, especially with a slider.
And they're going to call it a home run. So it's 4-2. Goldschmidt with his 15th of the year.
Over the yellow line, it's gone, and it is gone.
It was really almost impossible to see those from where we're at. So here's Lamb. Lamb has struck out twice.
With that swing of the bat by Goldschmidt, Giants immediately start to get their bullpen going. Looks like George Contos is up, starting to throw.
Struck well to Parker. Parker's going to make the catch. He was playing very deep, and it's a good thing.
You're right. If he's playing normal depth in center field, he has no chance. That ball was just hit almost as hard as the home run off the bat of Goldschmidt. Jake Lamb, who leads the league in slugging percentage, puts a charge in this one. And Jared Parker, who doesn't play a lot of center field, just got tested and he passed it.
I mean, if you look where he's playing now, he's just playing deep. There's a pitch down low.
But I mean, isn't that the tendency for a guy that's never played an outfield position to go out there and play a little deep?
Well, center field. Pitch is low. There's Contos. Nope. And a strike, so it's 3-1 to Tomas.
Jared Parker today, 3rd career start in center field. minor leagues, he had 112 starts out there, so it's not like he's new.
Green is going to make the play.
But he hasn't played a lot of it lately. It's kind of got pressed into duty. Gregor Blanco was originally scheduled to lead off and play center field, but he had some problems with his knee barking a little bit, so he couldn't go. And that meant that Parker has to go to center field, and Brandon Belt, who's going to get a day off, he gets put into left. Bernard Span, 3 days he's missed with the neck injury.
Goslin down the right field line. That'll be out of play. Goslin doubled in the second and scored. Then rolled out to Buster Posey in the fourth. So that was pitch number 100 for Albert Suarez. Remember when we were watching him try to get to 60?
Yeah.
When he started out as a spot starter. Tap foul.
I mean, he's definitely got the arm strength now to just assume a spot in the rotation if they need him. But with Matt Cain rehabbing now, he threw yesterday, did well. And he'll continue to get starts through the All-Star break, and after the All-Star break, Matt Cain might be ready to go back into the Giants rotation. When that happens, Suarez either goes back in the bullpen, or if they want to maintain his arm strength, he may have to go down to Sacramento and be in the rotation there. It depends on how they want to use him.
Got him, and that'll end the inning. Home run for Goldschmidt is now a 2-run lead for the Giants. Belt due up. Here's our Toyota game summary, and it's brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Suarez has been very good. Belt's got a couple of hits. Robbie Ray ended up striking out 8. He threw 101 pitches. And Goldschmidt just hit one off the batter's eye in center field for a home run. And it's time for a change. Thanks, Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up. And Smog experts, it's the lefty Andrew Chafin.
Andrew Chafin, 32nd time he's come in. His numbers are kind of weird. I mean, 6.90 ERA is just not good. But look at the strikeouts, 26 strikeouts in 22 innings. He's got good stuff. You're going to see a low to mid 90s fastball and a good hard slider. He also has a changeup.
High to Belt. Belt's last at bat was a double down the left field line. The next time the Giants will be here to play the Diamondbacks will be September 9th, 10th, and 11th. That'll be the last 3 games of a long road trip. 4 in Chicago, 3 in Colorado, and then 3 games here. But as you like to say, in September you get some help.
You do. I mean, you don't worry too much about arms in September because you can reload from your minor league system. Bring up 4 or 5 or 6 guys, however many you need.
One ball, 2 strikes to Belt. Chafin throws and it's low, 2-2. Got him.
And that's that good hard slider we're talking about from Chafin. It's a kill pitch.
Hunter Pence watching, no hitting today on the field, so Hunter Pence did not get the hit today. He may have hit in the cage. He did keep his arm loose by throwing today.
As he rehabs from the surgery he had on his hamstring.
Buster's 1 for 2. And he takes high from Andrew Chafin. Buster Posey 0 for 3 lifetime against Chafin with a walk.
It's kind of odd when you see the Giants come into a city and they only have 1 left-hander in the bullpen. What we've seen for the last month and a half, really since Hunter Pence went down, is the bullpens would get stacked up with lefties when Giants would come in. With all the left-handed hitters the Giants have in their lineup, especially with not only Hunter Pence going down, but Matt Duffy going down. Take 2 right-handed bats out of your lineup, replace them with lefties, but the D-backs just have the one.
There's a healthy rip
on a 3-0 count.
So Zach Greinke
talking it over with Dave McKay. Greinke just got put on the disabled list today with an oblique injury, and I'm thinking they believe he'll be ready to go in the second half. They're not going to take any chances with him.
And the walk to Posey. Mike was talking about left-handed relievers. We're going to focus here on left-handed starters. Giants have faced 31. That's the most.
Well, they've done well against them, 18 and 12. And you made the point, you're a former left-handed hitter. I mean, the more you see, the better you get.
The more confidence you get. Crawford is 0 for 2. Mac Williamson is on deck. Giants trying to pick up that run that the D-backs got bad on the Goldschmidt home run. Actually tried to do more than just 1 run. And that pitch to Crawford is outside.
Was there one guy you faced that was a left-hander that just had a breaking ball that you just...
A curveball?
Yeah.
Pablo Torrealba.
Pablo Torrealba?
I think he had 40 days in the big leagues. Popped up, and that's going to be out of play.
Oh, what was so nasty about it?
I just couldn't pick it up.
What was, did he, like a low 3/4 release, sidearm?
Just 3/4. And when they shipped him out, I celebrated.
Steve Carlton, his slider, Rod Scurry.
I picked those guys up pretty well. I mean, I may not have done anything against them.
So Torrealba, it was a rough 40 days when he was here.
1-2. And it's a little low. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
First time I ever saw Rod Scurry's curveball, I was at second base, and Darrell Evans came up to hit. We were in Pittsburgh. It was a 1-run game. We were losing. And Evans was hot. They brought in Rod Scurry. First time I ever saw it. And I had a great look at it from second base, right? He threw 2 of those things. I thought, that's the best curveball I ever saw.
I suppose he's claiming that Chafin just balked. Two balls, 2 strikes. Got him.
Fastball in. And that's a hat trick for Brandon Crawford.
So the new pitcher will be Jake Barrett. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up in Smog experts. Seventh, and the new pitcher is Jake Barrett.
34th time we've seen, or Jake Barrett has come into a game. We saw him in last night's ball game. Jake Barrett, a hard thrower. Local guy at Arizona State.
So his challenge will be Mac Williamson, who's 1 for 3.
Barrett, fastball, slider, changeup. And you'll see mid to high 90s with velocity on that fastball.
Runs that pitch inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Your education in the big leagues when you're a young player is how are they going to start consistently pitching me? And I think Mac Williamson is starting to find out.
Well, they've been pounding him inside. Hard stuff in, soft stuff away.
Just a bullet, and it's caught by Drury to end the inning. Bottom of the 7th coming up.
On CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. And by Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience TV.
Giants with a 4-2 lead. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
George Cantos on now for the Giants. 29th time he's come into the game. Take a look at what he has done this year. 1-1 with a 2.70 ERA. Cantos with the low 90s fastball, slider, curveball, changeup. So Albert Suarez with a good afternoon. Goes 6 solid innings, gives up a couple runs and hands his bullpen a 2-run lead. And if you're the 4th or 5th starter in a club and you can consistently do that, I mean, you're a commodity in the eyes of the manager. So now George Cantos gets the 7th. The dome of Chase Field. They never opened it up here the whole time.
We haven't seen the sky. The game time temperature outside at first pitch was 105. Inside 80.
Suarez nestle up to a veteran, Johnny Cueto. And you kind of get a verbal report card from the veteran Cueto.
Here's Drury. One for 2. And let's hit well down the left field line. Belt giving chase, and Belt's going to make the running catch. How about that play by Brandon Belt? I think he got a good jump on that.
Well, it's like he's playing out there left field every day. I mean, he's coming a long way for this thing. Takes on the wall, not a problem. And he can get his big mitts on. He's going to catch, and center cuts that right in the sweet spot of that glove. And George Cantos says, yep, you're the man.
Look at that. I mean, the whole point, I think you said it earlier, is yes, you don't want to embarrass yourself. On the other hand, have some fun.
Oh, that's fun. I mean, they'll be talking about that one after the game.
More work for Belt. And Gozowicz has a single. The pinch hitter is going to be Chris Herman. So Chris Herman is going to hit. Giants have seen him a lot in this series.
He's had a good series.
1 for 4 on Friday, 2 for 3 in the game last night. And a big swing and a miss, and it's 0-1.
And he's got pop in his bat.
Taps it foul. It's 0-2. Gene Segura is on deck. 1 out, 1 on here in the 7th.
Segura, boy, he really likes to get up close and get a look. He'll cheat off that on deck circle. The on deck circles here are as close to the home plate. Well, I think they're closer than any other ballpark.
Yeah, I agree. It's almost dangerously close. So 0-2 to Chris Herman. And he takes low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Posey holding on. Gozowicz in the dirt. And down to second goes Gozowicz.
So Trevor Brown going to call timeout, go out and talk to George Contos. And I think he needs a little time after that ball in the dirt may have caught a little bare skin on his hand. Well, let's go out there and give your pitcher a little pep talk. So I want to see that #1 slider from you right now. Let's take a look at where this does catch Trevor Brown. Maybe on the wrist of his left arm.
Two and 2. And a full count. So a great play by Belt to open up the inning, then a single and a wild pitch. Got him.
So really the fastball that he opened up the at bat with, and he got Herman to go swing at. He comes back in a payoff pitch, and on a 3-2 count he gets him to swing and miss again.
Segura doubled in the 5th inning. He's 1 for 3. Right back to Contos, and that'll end the inning. Brandon Belt, the star of this half inning, with this play. He went a long way to take a hit. away. 4-2 Giants.
Live with the MLB.com at Bat app. You can stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day live, game, video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
So Daniel Hudson coming in now. 34 games. He's 1-1 with a 3.82 ERA. He had been a setup man, but he's kind of hit on hard times. He's been scored upon 3 of his last 4 games. And I mean big time, 8 runs in an inning and a 2/3. But when he's right, you're going to see mid to high 90s with the fastball, hard slider, and a changeup. And he'll throw them all at you.
Brown with a good swing and a foul straight back.
Problem Hudson has had is that he's been up. Can't get the ball down. Corey Guerin getting ready for the 8th.
Brown skies this one out into right center field. It'll be Yasmani Tomas. One out. Here's Parker. Connor Gillespie's following Parker out of the dugout. Outside to Parker. He's 0 for 3. All those at bats were against Robbie Ray. Parker drives one down the left field line. That'll be foul.
You may remember Daniel Hudson as a starter. I mean, he was a horse through 222 innings for the D-backs in 2011. Was a 16-game winner. And then in 2013, he tore his ulnar collateral ligament, had to have Tommy John surgery, and as he's come back, they put him in the pen.
He's had it twice.
2 times he's torn it. And I mean, he's really a pretty inspiring story, the fact that he's coming back out here and he's still throwing hard. I mean, he's throwing mid to high 90s. after 2 Tommy Johns.
Parker fouls it off the screen.
I mean, you go through 2 Tommy, you go through 1, that's a lot of therapy. You go through 2, I mean, that's a gut check.
Two balls, 2 strikes to Parker with Gillespie on deck. We're in the 8th. So Parker works it to a full count.
Ramiro Pena feeling better since he had his little ankle injury in Oakland. Got a bat in his hands.
Got him. And that'll bring up Gillespie.
Just power through power. Good live fastball with 2-seam movement running away. That is the 11th Giants hitter that has been struck out today by D-back pitching.
So Connor Gillespie will step up. And he'll take a strike. 284 for Connor Gillespie. A couple of home runs. 10 driven in. Breaks his bat on the ground to second. And this will end the inning. So nice inning for Hudson. Bourne, Goldschmidt, Lamb coming up. I did.
Well, I have
torn.
one thing to say to that little one. Listen to your mother. I think they're having fun.
They've got it covered.
New pitcher now, Corey Guerin. 40th time he has come in for Bruce Bochy. 3-0 with a 2.80 ERA. The 29 strikeouts in 35 and a third. You're going to see low 90 sink from a high sidearm delivery, slider, and occasional changeup. And he's going to face the heart of the beast. the 2, 3, 4 hitters.
Bourne is 1 for 3. And he rolls this one to Buster Posey.
Man, that's a good start.
What is that?
That's a gift.
That's a gift. So here's Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt homered off the hitting background in center field. He did that in the 6th. Corey Guerin very deliberate. And that one handcuffed Brown almost so much that it almost looked like Brown got crossed up.
He did get crossed up. He was thinking slider. And that really caught him in a bad spot in his hand, and that lit him up.
Yeah, Buster Posey has a very concerned look on his face.
I mean, he's thinking slider.
Oh my goodness.
Right? It caught a little piece of the heel of the glove. And we've seen catchers break their hands like that.
When a catcher says I'm good, that means he's probably about 25%.
Yeah, I'd say 25.
Tap foul. This was the home run that went to straightaway center field.
That was in a 2-strike count. A 1-2 count or 2-2 count, and he takes a slider and just spanks it right over the wall in center.
On the ground to Posey, and it had some weird spin, and Goldschmidt's aboard. Goldschmidt will reach.
No, right off the end of the bat, and it was the weird spin that proved to be problematic. Came back, and it almost looked like it hit his glove in his leg, right here. So, a 1-out error, and now the D-backs get the tying run in the batter's box.
You could see that ball just had that spin and it was working itself away from the line. Lamb is 0 for 3. And Goldschmidt's going to go, and Brown really has no chance. This is 11th of the year.
I think Goldschmidt may have had a 4-step running start. Now watch him go 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, more than that. I mean, he didn't really even need to slide. Guerin just completely not thinking about Goldschmidt.
And Lamb goes around. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
So Guerin steps off, restarts.
And the 1-2 to Lamb. Foul back or make it 1-1. Now it's 1-2. Here's the spin that we were talking about.
I mean, there was nothing normal about that. It looks like it took 3 bad hops, and each one kept bouncing to the right of Posey.
It's just the opposite way of how you anticipate the ball is going to move. Outside 2-2. Brown set up away, at least for now. No swing.
Close. No, says Brian Knight, the third baseman or third base umpire. All right, let's see. Did he go? No. We've seen it called, but not often. Angel Hernandez now. That's who you need.
Yeah, he likes to call those.
Yeah, that's strike 3.
Three and 2. Deep to right. And gone. And this game is tied.
Well, a check swing. He gets another life. They set the target away, and it's right, middle in, middle thigh. And Jake Lamb, who leads the National League in slugging percentage, shows you why. Hits off the top of the fence. And once again, the D-backs strike late, and that one hurt.
So here's Tomas. You got to wipe the slate clean. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, you're right.
Tomas is 0 for 3. And now Guerin's out of whack. 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, you have to regain your focus, and it's extremely hard. I mean, you come out with a 2-run lead. Air, check swing, couple things go against you, boom, tie score. Now you have to get back to the pitch you're about to throw. You can't worry about the history. You'll think about that later. Now you got to think about getting this guy out, make it a quality pitch.
I suppose he'll get it on a big hop. 2 outs, and the hitter will be Gosling.
Last night the Giants had a 2-run lead late, and all of a sudden, boom, 3-run homer. They wind up losing that game by a run. And right now the bullpen is going through a rough spot.
Gosling 1 for 3. Just a really nice start for Albert Suarez. Strickland.
Yeah, you said the same thing about last night's starter, Jeff Samardzija. This is 2 starts in a row that Suarez was in line for a victory, and the bullpen couldn't hold him.
3 balls and no strikes. And the walk.
Garrett's going to have to do a better job of holding Goslin on. Better than he did holding on Goldschmidt. And I think that's going to be one of the things that is said to him when Fabergetti comes out. Tell the pitcher's a bit rattled. And you understand it. I mean, he just gave up a lead, but you got to get him back on the same page. So a little refocused discussion. A couple of reminders about the runner at first. Go get him.
Drury is 1 for 3. Belt made a nice running catch off of Drury in the 7th. Ziegler is up and throwing in the Diamondbacks bullpen. Foul back. Oh, and 1. One ball and 1 strike.
Giants back up the outfield. This Giants outfield does not have great range to the gaps. And these are fast lanes here in the outfield. Infield fast, outfield gaps fast.
Two balls and a strike.
And Goslin with a 2-out run or 2-out jump. If he gets, there's a ball hitting the gap, it gets through. I mean, he's going to score. So the pressure really is on the outfield here.
And a strike on that breaking ball. 2-2. You're trying to get his team into the dugout. Two balls, 2 strikes. Parker, side retired. We will go to the 9th. It's a 4-4 tie.
Sportsnet Central right after Giants post-game live. Or tonight at 6 p.m. You'll see it right here on CSN Bay Area. Giants Clubhouse Reaction. You'll get the latest Durant news and the latest NBA free agency news. All that and more. Toyota Sportsnet Central on CSN Bay Area. All tied up 4 apiece as we head to the top of the 9th inning. New pitcher now for the D-backs will be their closer, Brad Ziegler. 35th time that he has come into a ball game, 2-3 with a 2.72 ERA. For Ziegler, he's a submarine guy who's going to give you a more of a mid-80s type of a velocity, big-time sinks, flat slider, and a changeup.
So Tejada is going to take his at-bats against Ziegler. There isn't anybody on this Giants team that has off the charts numbers against Ziegler, with the exception of Brandon Belt, who's 6 for 10. Here's the 1-1 to Tejada. Tejada is 0 for 4 lifetime. In the game, Tejada is 1 for 4. Rolls it foul. It's 2-2. Giants last scored in the 4th when they scored 2 times. They've not had a runner in scoring position since then. It's a pretty good take right there. It's 3-2.
You're right, not an easy one. You're in the protect mode. That thing starts off at your knees. You're not an easy one to let go by.
Foul again.
And one thing about Ziegler, I mean, he's really good with his command from down there. I mean, it's uncanny as to how consistently he just starts it out about 3 inches above the knees and just lets his sink just go out of the strike zone, below the strike zone.
Got him.
So he goes inside corner with a fastball. And Tejada knew it.
I think Tejada was waiting for that thing to break.
I think he was. Take a look at the submarine. Been doing it for a long time.
Here's Grant Green. Green rolls it foul. Green faced Ziegler in the game yesterday and struck out. Oh, and 2.
Changeup. And that really was the pitch that elevated him up the bullpen ladder to closer status. In his 8th year at the big league level, 36 years old. He paid his dues in the minor leagues to get here.
Outside to Green, 1-2.
Ziegler 6 years in the minor leagues before he got to the big leagues with the Oakland A's. Going to throw that sinker at you about 60% of the time, and then the changeup slider about even.
Goes the other way, and it's foul.
So you got Grant Green, a former A, facing Brad Ziegler, a former A.
Ground foul again. If you're facing Ziegler, you just look low.
Has not given up a home run this year. And that's in 36 2/3 innings.
Foul again. Belt on deck. Segura. 2 outs. And here's Belt.
So the Giants get the guy up who's got the best history against Ziegler. Like I say, Ziegler hasn't given up a home run. I'm not suggesting anything here, except that maybe, he might be due. Put it out there.
Outside. Now Buster Posey's got decent numbers against Ziegler. Buster's 5 for 19. Overshift is on for Belt. And Belt takes low. It's 2-0. Three balls and no strikes. And a strike. It's 3-1. Belt took that one. He may not take the next one. And the walk, so Posey's going to hit.
Ziegler obviously knew the history that Belt had against him, and he was not going to give him much.
Buster Posey is 1 for 2. First pitch to Posey. Swing and a drive. Left field and caught at the wall.
For our player of the game, it's brought to you by Honda. We think Brandon Bell is that gentleman today. A 2-hit day, walked twice, on base 4 times. And by the way, he made a great play in left field as well. Kind of pressed into service when Gregor Blanco could not make the call. No worries. Brandon Belt's got his back, and because of that, he is our player of the game. Brought to you by Honda. The pitcher now for the Giants will be Hunter Strickland, coming into this ball game. 39th game that he has come into. 3-1 with a 3.00 ERA. 28 strikeouts in 30 innings.
Here's Tuffy Gosewich, who's got a couple of hits. Guarding the line and playing even with the bag at third is Tejada. And it's outside for a ball, 1-0. Gosewich with a couple of singles. Ricky Weeks is on deck. One ball and 1 strike.
Well, Tuffy Gosewich trying to be a hero with that swing. Hey, he's had good at bats today, and he was red hot down in AAA.
One and 2.
96'd him right through the knees on the outside corner.
And this pop-up is going to be straight back and out of play. One and 2. Giants trying to get this game to extra innings. Got him.
So high fastball that Gosewich could not stay on top of. Just reach back and go country hardball right across the shoulders.
So here's Weeks. Ricky Weeks has got power. He's got 4 home runs on the season, 10 RBIs. And he's obviously seen what Strickland's got, and he just swung through a 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, he was tardy. So now he needs to know you got to tune it up a bit.
Maybe a bit outside to even the count at a ball and a strike.
Tyler Clippard, the right-hander, getting heated up for the D-backs.
Down low, 2 balls and a strike. Gene Segura is on deck. On the ground foul. It's 2-2.
Weeks one of those guys that was an everyday player for a long time in Milwaukee. And as he's matured in the game, not afraid to take on a new role as bench player here. And a lot of his at-bats come in this role right here, pinch hit. As Kite mentioned, he's got power. And he knows everybody in the game. It's the kind of veteran you want taking these at-bats late.
There was a time where the double play combination was Segura and Weeks in Milwaukee.
Segura, the shortstop, Weeks, the second baseman. There's Segura on deck.
Strickland wants a new baseball. Three balls and 2 strikes. Out of play.
Coming in right with 97. He really hasn't gotten the bat head out on one yet. Get a lot of fastballs. The more you see, the more you're likely to get tuned to it. And he has not been able to. That fastball's been by him.
And the walk.
So a 3-2 fastball, away but up.
By much.
Not by much indeed. You got to have guts and a good eye. Take that pitch. A lot of umpires say sit down.
Here's Segura, 1 for 4. Tap foul. Weeks does have 1 steal. That doesn't really give you an idea whether he's a guy that might try to steal a bag, but you never know, you might see a hit and run. This will be a double play. We will head to the 10th. It's 4-4. Giants have committed an error. And Tyler Clippard is the new pitcher.
Numbers for Tyler Clippard, 34th time that he has come into a ball game, 2-3 with a 3.26 ERA, 35 strikeouts in 30 and a third innings. And with Clippard, he's got a variety of ways that he can get you out. He's got a good fastball. He'll go right around low 90s. But his changeup, which has always been very, very good, is a swing and miss type. He's also got a curveball and a slider. But when he's going good, I mean, he's going to come at you with fastball changeup. When I first saw this guy, he had a high 90s fastball with a great changeup. He was really nasty, but fastball's calmed down, but it's still a good combination 1-2 punch. And now he's throwing more breaking balls too.
Here's Crawford. Crawford, it's a high drive to right. Yasmani Tomas in front of the pool, and he makes the catch.
Just a little out towards the end. Take a look at the challenge fastball. Two-seamer. For a second there with this ballparker thinking it's got a chance, but in the end, just not enough sweet spot on it.
Here's Williamson. Williamson is 1 for 4. His last at bat was a line drive to Drury. And Drury caught right on the track.
Clippard just quick pitched him the 91-mile-an-hour fastball.
One ball and one strike.
I mean, I think the quick pitch is a nice way to reinvent yourself if you're a veteran like Clippard is. You're established one way. Change it up.
And he did it again. It's 1-2.
And that was a changeup. Clippard, 31 years old. He's in his 8th year at the big league level. Take a look at the quick pitch changeup. Down and in.
And Mac Williamson got caught in between. 2 down.
Now breaking ball to finish him off. Almost looked like a fork ball.
Hard knuckleball.
That was. Well, put that down in the scout report.
It looked like it had a whole lot of rotation, did it?
No, it looked like a fork ball.
Here's Trevor Brown. Brown takes low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes.
Difference between a fork ball and a split. Split, you can throw it a little more out towards your fingertips. Fork ball, you jam in between your forefinger and your middle finger. And you don't have much of a rotation. It kind of tumbles like a knuckleball, like we just saw Clippard throw.
And a bit high, 2-0. And the 2-0 to Brown, and Brown takes slow 3-0.
And he's got the right to gamble on a 3-0 pitch if he gets it.
Three and one.
Jared Parker, plenty of power on deck.
3-2.
3-1 changeup. That was dirty. can't throw a better one than that. And do it in a 3-1 count. Wow.
And an emergency swing and a pop-up out of play. Stays alive.
Another emergency. Just extendo bat. Fight off some nastiness. It probably was a ball, but I mean, in a 2-strike count, you'd fight to stay alive. Keep the line moving. He did very well just to foul that one off. And if a guy throws a 3-1 changeup, you know he's going to throw a 3-2, or can.
Popped out of play.
93-mile-an-hour fastball.
And that'll end the inning. It remains 4-4. Here in the bottom of the 10th. So Josh Osich is going to come into the game.
Take a look at the first half for Josh Osich. 40 games, 0-1 with a 4.44 ERA. 24 in the third inning, 17 strikeouts. He's going to come at you with high velocity 2-seam fastballs, mid to high 90s, slider changeup.
So it'll be Michael Bourne to hit first. Bourne is 1 for 4. Something that Osich couldn't do in the game last night was throw a strike. Here he's 0-1. 0-2.
Bang, bang. And that was a changeup. Nice to throw a 90-mile-an-hour changeup, isn't it?
It is.
Paul Goldschmidt on deck.
Tap to Green to Posey. You could see the sense of urgency in Green and getting to that ball as Goldschmidt's coming up.
Well, you know it. He's got so much speed. And here's another reason. Paul Goldschmidt is coming up, and you don't want to have to face him out of the stretch. This is what he did earlier in the game today, leading off the 6th inning. A solo shot, his 15th of the year. Bill Miller, the crew chief, saying, yeah, indeed, it did go over the yellow line in center.
Osich starts him off with a 97-mile-an-hour high fastball. It's no balls and 1 strike.
Goldschmidt, very much like Buster Posey in that regard. Usually when he steps in that batter's box, he's going to see a guy's best bull. Whoever's pitching against him that day is going to be reaching back.
Way outside. And the 1-1 is low and away. 2 balls and 1 strike. On the ground towards the hole. Crawford on the backhand. A little juggle in the throw, and they still got him.
Boy. Despite the juggle, I mean, you've got an arm as strong as his. I mean, you can have a little margin of error, even when you have a guy like Goldschmidt with good speed going down the line. There's the juggle, and then boom, he unloads. I mean, that right there tells you what kind of arm he's got. And he can still get a speedy runner.
Here's Lamb. Lamb tied the game up with a home run in the 8th. And he takes a breaking ball high. 1 ball and no strikes.
Big swing of the bat for the Diamondbacks today. 4-2 ball game. And in a 2-strike count. Jake Lamb pumps it out. Home run number 19 on the year. And we are knotted up 4 apiece because of that swing.
And the 1-1 to Lamb. And Lamb takes a strike. 1-2. Boy, we had a lot of umpires here today.
Yeah, I didn't feel it was that bad a pitch. Instead of in the outside corner, it goes across the inside corner. I think Tony Randazzo's done a pretty good job today.
And Lamb out swinging to end the inning. Osich very impressive. So's Crawford, by the way. Parker's going to lead things off. 4th through 6th. Support your troops by purchasing the special event package. And $5 from each package benefits Operation Care and Comfort. sfgiants.com/special events. Enrique Burgos is your new pitcher. Giants have seen Burgos in this series, and he'll be facing Jared Parker. So Burgos, a right-hander, in to face Parker with, looks like Ramiro Pena's coming out. And it is. Burgos throws hard. And Parker swings hard.
Well, you're supposed to swing hard in a 1-0 count when you have power, which he has.
Parker is 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. Two balls and 1 strike with Pena to follow. This is the 11th. Outside to Parker, it's 3-1, and now if you're Parker, you can lean on one.
Look for one pitch, one side of the plate.
Did not throw him a fastball, I believe. It's 3-2.
88-mile-an-hour breaking ball. That's a high velocity breaking ball.
Yes, it is.
And that used to be the average fastball was 88. Now it's like 92.
So it's 3-2 for Jared Parker, who's looking to get on base for the first time in this game. And he stays alive as Gozowicz tried to hang on, but it could not stay in that catcher's mitt. It's 3-2.
Ramiro Pena coming out on deck.
And the walk. Giants will take that.
Yeah, a leadoff walk at that. So it's exactly what Bruce Bochy wanted. Now you've got some decisions to make if you're Bochy. With Ramiro Pena, who has good bat control and he's an excellent bunter. I mean, do you give up an out to move a runner over, set it up at the top of the lineup? You got pretty good speed with Parker at first base. Do you put on a play? Pena has made contact, and you can bet on contact if you do put a hit and run on.
And that throw over to see if Pena was going to give up to the D-backs, whether he was going to bunt or not, and I couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell either.
If I had to guess, it looked like maybe, just maybe, he was going to lay down a bunt or try to. Low, 1 ball and no strikes.
Burgos has a high leg kick. I mean, he's going to give you a chance to get a pretty good jump if he should steal. And Parker, he could do that. Another consideration for Bochy.
And the 1-0 coming up to Pena. Instead, Burgos steps off. Parker with his lead. And a soft toss to first.
You know, the other thing too we've seen with Ramiro Pena, he's got some pop in his bat.
Yes, he does.
And a guy like Burgos who throws hard is going to supply some power. He could barrel one up, knock it out of here.
And it's down the right field line, and Parker can run for a while. Digging it out is Tomas. He picks it up, and here comes Parker, and the Giants take the lead. Ramiro Pena coming off the bench. A little bit dinged up, it didn't matter.
Just goes down and takes the slider that has some hang just above the knees, middle in strike zone, and rakes it right down the right field line. And here's the speed we're talking about with Parker.
Well, he's got some, doesn't he?
Oh, he gets those long legs going. I mean, he has got some good speed. Never misses stride around the bags either. Job well done.
Parker, who opened up the inning with a walk, he scores. Now we'll see what Tejada does. And Tejada trying to go to right field, fouls it to the backstop. With Goldschmidt playing very shallow at first, you can drive one right by him if you get enough on it. Now he's going to back up a little bit. And the bunt. And Tejada moves Pena over to third.
Job well done. The only play that Burgos had was to first base. Never even looked at third. So now it's up to Grant Green to put on a good at bat here and capitalize.
It's not going to be Grant Green.
Angel Pagan, I beg your pardon. Santiago Garcia immediately gets up, starts throwing when that run across the plate.
So here's Pagan. You wonder, well, what will Bruce Bochy do with Green coming out of the game? Well, Pena can go in to play second.
So Mike Butcher wants to come out and talk about how he wants Burgos to pitch. Silvino Bracco in the bullpen for the D-backs.
Here's Pagan. Pagan celebrated his birthday yesterday. And he'll hit with the infield in with just one out. And a strike, and it's 0-1.
Good little cut fastball to open up the at bat. Pure strikeout situation for Burgos. 100% strikeout situation. We're going to see how he tries to go about getting that strikeout.
And a quick 0-2.
Cutter strike one, then he 96'd him on the outside corner. Perfect location.
Well, now if you're Pagan, you got to fight. Got him. So here's Belt.
Goes right back down with the fastball outside corner at 96, two-seam movement. Beautiful pitch.
That's a tough pitch to do anything with. maybe foul it off.
Yeah, that's all you're trying to do. So a 3-pitch see ya, and it's a strikeout he's looking for.
Infield now can play back. Belt hitting with the overshift. And he takes outside for a ball. And a belt high strike.
Cutter. A good one. And Burgos has good stuff as it is, but it's tuned up a little bit ever since Pena got the hit.
Outside. Belt knocked in a pair of runs in the 4th. Setting up away. And it's 2-2.
96 across the letters.
And the 2-2 to Belt. And it's outside 3-2. This is sometimes where Belt has his best at bats.
Well, 98 mile-an-hour fastball just missed from Burgos.
Buster Posey on deck. And Belt pops it up. And that'll end the inning. Giants take the lead. It's 5-4. And there's Santiago Casilla.
Casilla, 18 saves on the year. 35th time he's come into a ball game. He's had 22 opportunities to have a save. 41 strikeouts in 31 2/3. And he inherits a 1-run lead. Pagan stays in the game. He goes into left field. And Ramiro Pena goes to second base with Grant Green out of the ball game.
So here's Tomas. Tomas is 0 for 4 in the game.
Likes the first pitch.
Well, you hit the target on that inside fastball, and it's no balls and 1 strike.
You know, and that's what you do. It doesn't mean don't throw a first ball fastball hitter a fastball. It just means throw it in your location. Threw that thing on the inside corner with 2-seam movement. It went off the plate. He went after it.
It's 0-1. And this is a base hit to left. So Tomas opens up the inning with a base hit, and here's Phil Gosselin. He went right back in there again.
He dug it out. I mean, that wasn't a hanger either. That was the pitch he wanted to throw, right on the hands. So an impressive swing of the bat, I think, from Tomas.
It was.
Set in the inside corner, 2-seam movement. I mean, that was off the plate in.
No idea how he hit that.
Bent arms, quick bat.
Here's Gosselin. Gosselin 1 for 3. Look out.
I think he buttered at it.
Giants are not asking for help. It's 1 ball and no strikes.
Squares, he picks up the target. Boy, and the movement almost goes up and hits him in the face. I still think he buttered at it.
Posey holding on. Tomas, and there's the bunt. On the play, Tomas down to second. 5-4 on the sacrifice bunt, and here's Drury.
So Chappelle giving up an out to move a runner up.
Drury's faced Casilla 3 times. He's 1 for 3. Brown goes out to have a word. Wellington Castillo is in the on-deck circle. And now Gozowicz comes out. The pitcher spot is after Gozowicz. So it may have been that Castillo jumped the gun a little bit. First, it's Casilla against Brandon Drury. And it's low. And now the tying run is going to be at third.
Now a mistake with the glove from Trevor Brown. He tries to pancake it. And it was not in a proper block position with the glove. It's easy for me to say it up here when a guy's throwing 94 at you and you get caught in between. But he couldn't pancake it, gets by him, and that's a big 90 feet. This makes this a strikeout situation.
And now the infield is in.
On a fast infield.
That caught Drury's attention, that breaking ball. It's kind of odd where Drury is standing in the sunlight.
I can't help the vision of a hitter. There's a sunlight patch that goes right across the middle of the infield. And I do think it's causing the ball to strobe a bit.
way outside. 2 balls and 1 strike.
And Trevor Brenner not catch that cutter very comfortably either.
It is hard for him to see too.
Yeah, you may make a great point.
2 balls and 1 strike. Tying run at third with 1 out.
So he goes at it with a 2-1 breaking ball, misses 3-1 count. Drury looking for something he can get up in the air deep enough to score. Tomas from third.
On the ground to Tejada. To Posey. 2 down.
So a non-productive effort there. And Tomas has no choice but to stay at third.
And the hitter will be Castillo. Last night he hit a home run to beat the Giants.
And that was an 8th inning 3-run shot off Hunter Strickland. And it erased a 2-run lead for the Giants and gave the D-backs a 1-run lead, which they never gave back. That was the game. So you know what he's thinking stepping into this batter's box.
So here's Castillo with Tomas at third and 2 outs. One ball and no strikes. Peter O'Brien is on deck. And it's outside 2-0. I mean, look, Casilla has a chance to pick who he wants to face. I realize that Castillo, if you put him on, he's the potential winning run. I think Brown set that target outside, and I think he set it off the plate. That may have been a strike.
Yeah, it could have been. But I agree with you. I think that Casilla is basically telling us who he wants to pitch to here. And it doesn't look like it's Castillo. Two-seamer coming back. I don't know if that caught plate. It was close. But even the way they set that target up in a 2-0 count tells you they don't really want a part of him.
So there's the walk. And this is the same scenario that the Giants went through and the Diamondbacks on Friday night. And in that at bat, Casilla struck out O'Brien looking. He struck him out with a curveball.
And look, this guy's capable. He's got great numbers and credentials coming out of the minor leagues, but he does not have the confidence at this level that Wellington Castillo has.
Absolutely.
So in regards to game management, I think that's the way you're supposed to go about it if you're Santiago Casilla.
No balls and 1 strike.
That's what he did down in Reno. I mean, he lit it up. And that's in 51 games. But he has really not got his sea legs here at the big league level.
Brown's got to make sure he keeps everything in front of him. No swing, 1 ball and 1 strike, and that was the curveball.
Scott Tichenor, first base umpire, saying no swing.
One ball and one strike. Casilla at the belt. Roll foul, 1-2.
Well, he finished him off with a curveball that broke on the inside corner in game 1 of this series.
Yeah, he started it out right at the left shoulder of O'Brien. Brown running through a set of signs. Casilla looks in.
Well, he shook off the curveball. He wants to go fastball away.
2-2.
95 trying to two-seam around that outside corner. So Casilla definitely has a way that he wants to go about getting him out.
Tomas at third. Castillo's at first. It's 2-2 to O'Brien.
Brown wants the curveball again.
Got him, and that's the ball game. As good a curveball as you could ever throw, and he gets out O'Brien, and the Giants, I don't know how they do it. I guess just call them a bunch of grinders, and that's what they did today after they gave up the lead in the 8th inning on a home run by Jake Land. This is a nice win.
Well, it really was, and this is a game they weren't supposed to win, given the lineup they threw out there with the injuries and the nicks that this team has. But they wind up pulling it out. They win this game 5-4. They win the series. They have a winning road trip, and now they're heading home with some steam.
Final score: Giants 5, Diamondbacks